Welcome to Truth Recon. I'm Agent D. Baker, team member and U.S. Navy combat veteran. With years of real-world experience in high-stakes environments, I've seen firsthand the dangers that lurk both in our communities and increasingly online. Now, before this show begins, understand this. What you are about to hear may be disturbing to some audiences. This podcast contains explicit language, dark themes, and real conversations that are not suitable for children. and may be triggering for some individuals. If you choose to continue, do so knowing this content is intended for mature audiences only. Discretion is advised. Okay, I just realized everything I just said, nobody could hear that, could they? Oh, wonderful. TikTok, could y'all hear that? Okay. because I had it muted. Facebook did not hear it. And YouTube did not hear it. I forgot I had it muted. So I learned the song that I have with my new intro, which I love the song. I thought it was what is it called? Royalty free or whatever music. Well, it is not. And so I got some hits on my Facebook account and YouTube from playing that. And so I had to mute it barely halfway through that because I don't want to get account hit again. And I'd forgotten I had muted it. So I apologize. So TikTok, you're just going to have to hear some of this again. So now everybody can hear me now, right? Facebook, YouTube. Perfect. So we're going to be discussing the ramp, which is out of Hamilton, Alabama, small town in the northwest part of Alabama. And the ramp, if you're not familiar with it, it's allegedly a Christian ministry slash college or something like that. But the more I've dug into it, I've seen a lot of very, very concerning things. And I truly believe this place is a cult. Now, I'm not saying all the people that go there realize they're in a cult, but the leader, she's a cult leader. There's no doubt in my mind about that, and that's what she wants to be. And so I think we're going to have some very interesting discussions tonight on that place. And what I was saying is I don't say that term lightly. Like, I don't go around just calling random religious places cults. I know a lot of the larger churches, especially the ones with multiple campuses, have gotten a bad rap because I think mostly people that grew up in very small churches and still attend small churches, as I did when I grew up, and have never been to one of these larger churches, you hear things and you automatically start calling it a cult. And that's just not the case. I grew up in one of those very, very small churches. I enjoyed it. Nothing wrong with that. Now I attend a very large church that has multiple campuses. In fact, well over 20 campuses. And I see people calling the church I go to a cult sometimes, and it's crazy because it's the furthest thing from that. So I don't say that term lightly, but I truly believe, and again, the more I dig into this and the more I research, the more concerned I get that is exactly what is going on. And Karen Wheaton, who is the leader of this place, she's very intelligent. She is an amazing communicator. There's no doubt about those two things. And this is not a comparison, so don't misunderstand me. But I want you to understand those two things I just said. I can say the exact same thing about a certain leader that led Germany during World War II. Amazing communicator, very intelligent. So just because you're those two things, my point is, just because you're those two things does not mean you're a good person. It does not mean that you are doing great for the world. But she is both of those, and she's an amazing leader. And again, you can could say the same thing about that German. Amazing leaders, just very bad ones, if that makes sense. So what I mean by an amazing leader, they know how to lead. They know how to get followers. And again, that comes with mostly the great communication skills, manipulation skills. They just do harm versus good. And while we're on that subject, I teach and speak on leadership and have for a long time now. And one of the things that I learned from my good friend John Maxwell is one of my favorite quotes about leadership. The one word definition for leadership is influence. That's what leadership is. It's you're influencing people. And so what does that mean? It means every single person that's alive today is a leader. But you have to determine who are the good ones and who are the bad ones. There are good influencers and there are bad influencers, but everybody's an influencer. Everybody influences someone. Some people influence a lot more people than some, but everybody influences people that are around them. And you need to always understand that. And the reason you need to always be cognitive of that is so you understand someone is always watching you. And so you want to be a good influencer, a good leader to that, whoever it is, or they are. But somebody's always watching what you're doing. And you need to be conscious of that. But back on the ramp and Karen Wheaton again. Amazing leader, great communicator. Unfortunately, I do think I completely believe she's in all of this for the wrong reasons. And I think most of those reasons are financial. Financial and power. And she has both. She has a lot of power over a lot of people. And from all accounts I can find, she has brought in a lot of money. A lot of money. And on that note, and we watched a few videos the other night talking about it, going back years, I think all the way to 2008, she has been begging people for money for a certain big project. It's now 2026. And from what I understand and my research, people are still waiting on that project to happen. When, trust me, she has brought in well more than enough money to finance that project. That's fraud. That is fraud. If you ask people to donate money for a specific thing, for a specific cause, the money that you get for that has to go into that specific cause. You don't get to be able to do it. Okay, sorry, hold on. Some people are having trouble hearing as far as the I don't know. Hold on, let me see. Is this better? Is this better? Okay, Facebook can hear me good. Fine. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why YouTube's having an issue now. Anyway, all right. So hopefully you can hear me. Yeah, she's patting her pockets, and I think some family members as well. But she has brought in a lot of money. And as I said, one of these big projects that she's been promising for all these years and begging for money for still never happened. And it doesn't take a financial analyst to see there's a problem there. I mean, because we're talking about 18 years. That she's been asking for money for this project. Again, allegedly. I have seen. So I need to make sure I state that allegedly she has been asking for this project since 2008. But I've seen a lot of comments on social media stating that specific thing. And now I've seen videos of her asking for money for this specific project, as if I remember correctly, as far back as 2020 or something like that. Even then, if it just went back to 2020, she's brought in enough to get the project started. But I don't. Does she have a 501(c)(3)? I don't really know. I need to look into this, and if I'd had more time today, I would. I was going to. I don't really know. I'm not going to pretend to understand to be a expert in the tax brackets for churches. Obviously, I know they don't pay taxes, but I don't know. I don't think, but I may be wrong. So again, this is clear. This is just an assumption on my part. Don't quote me on this. If anybody on here is a expert in this field, please fill us in. But I don't think a church would have to have any kind of 501(c) or anything like that. But again, I may be wrong. Angel said she owns more than 40 properties in Hamilton. Yeah. I've seen that. She owns a lot of properties, and again, this part is also alleged, but I'm hearing it from a lot of people that Samuel Bentley, that's the suspect's, the POS's name. He was allegedly the CFO, which some organizations call that the vice president. Some call it there's different names for it, but chief financial officer is what that stands for. Now, again, that's alleged. I've just seen a lot of people say that. I've not been able to fully prove that yet, but I do know, as Christy just said, he is her son-in-law. But again, a lot of accounts that he was the actual CFO, and I don't doubt that. And I'm still researching all the inner workings of the ramp, and I don't fully and so there's still more. There's a lot I still don't know and understand. Um, that we'll be learning. We will be learning in the very near future. The more we dig, a church that size that's bringing in that amount of money, the leaders of that church shouldn't be in charge of the money at all. And that's how these larger organizations, especially churches, the good ones, operate. The lead pastor is not in charge of any of the finances. They have a So, for instance, and I'm just using this as an example, Church of the Highlands, which if you're in Alabama, uh, probably Georgia, you're very familiar with it. They have, again, well over 20 campuses now. Very large church, but the lead pastor is not in charge of the finances. The man who started it is not in charge of the finances. He he has they have a board of people that don't even attend that church that oversees all of that. That's the way I think it should be. That's the way that if you're a leader of one of these places, nobody can ever accuse you of this stuff. You can say, no, I don't have my hands in that at all. I don't make those decisions. I have my input and my influence of it, but I don't handle those funds. And yeah, Chris Hodges with Church of the Highlands, I think, he did that all correctly. That's one thing I like about that place. But anyway, that's the way I think it should be. And again, it does not sound like that's the way this operates, the ramp. They do have a board of directors, but I don't know, such as, and someone mentioned certain, so there are certain charitable organizations, you have to have a board of directors, like you have to. And that's people that you put in charge, and therefore you no longer own, you don't run, you're no longer in charge of that organization. The board is. And so therefore they can fire you if they want to. So I know the ramp has a board of directors, or allegedly, just because they're mentioned here and there, but I have no idea yet. And I hope, I will find out who that board of directors consists of. Because again, I don't think there's completely outside people handling the finances. In fact, I know that's not the case. Now, maybe she has something set up to where a certain percentage of the finances that come in, the board handles. Again, I don't know. I could just see somebody with her intelligence thinking of all of this ahead of time and doing that just so she could then come back to, no, they handle but then if you actually dug into it, you would find out they don't handle all the funds. And I've seen that before, is the reason I bring that up. But again, that's speculation on my part. But wow, some of the videos I've seen, and I'm sure some of you have seen some of these as well, from some of the, whether it be speakers that they invited to come speak at the ramp, or actual staff member, pastors, whatever they call them there. Very, very concerning and very cult-like. some of these statements that they've made that I've seen the videos of are very, very concerning, and there are things that I've never heard from a religious, from a church that I've attended, and if I did, I would get up and walk out right then. Oh, here's an interesting. So somebody said, I live in the town of Haleville. I'm sorry, Hamilton. Here are a few facts. Fact number one: the Marion County Tax Assessor's website shows that Karen Wheaton / the Ramp owes over $61,000 in unpaid property taxes. My God, I don't even know how you owe that. I don't even know how you would be. She owns that much property that her property taxes is $61,000 a year. I didn't realize that. So that's even way more concerning, because that means a lot of money is going somewhere and not even paying the bills, much less all these projects that she promises all the time. And so, and this is what I'm understanding from these properties, from a little research I've done on it, and kind of what y'all are saying now. So correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I understand it, most of these properties are not like properties that were purchased for the sake of the ministry, but business properties, pretty much, such as rental properties and things like that. Am I correct in saying that? Oh, hey, Dewey, how are you? Yeah, so some was, yeah. Yeah, I'm not saying all of them, but a lot of them. And because the other night, so Friday night when we were first discussing this, and I didn't really know much about the ramp at all, and y'all were talking about all these properties that they own or that she owns, I just assumed, and again, I know I teach don't assume on anything. I'm one of the world's worst at it. I assumed that they were all just in relation to the ministry and purchased for them. And then this weekend I was digging into it and realized, no, that is not the case. That made this even more troubling to me. Yeah, that's a good point. Said 61,000 is crazy. Property taxes in Hamilton, Marion County are very cheap compared to others. And again, if you're not familiar with that area of Alabama, we're talking, it's a very small county, a very, very small county. Hamilton is a very, very small town. It's a very rural part of Alabama. So, yeah, property taxes there are not expensive. Not even, you couldn't even say those two words together and it makes sense. Fact 3, if these taxes are not paid by May, those properties are by law to be put up on a lien auction. Yeah, and that's how it works. I've purchased some properties in the in the I call them tax auctions in Alabama. Yeah, if you've got extra cash sitting around, do some research on these properties that go up on at these tax sales at the county courthouses in Alabama. And I think it works similarly in a lot of other states as well, but I can only speak on Alabama's because that's the one I've dealt with. Uh, you can you can turn that into a lot more money if you know what you're doing. Jeannie said, "I'm so embarrassed that I used to defend these people." Don't be embarrassed. We are all fooled at times by people that we think we should trust, and don't fault yourself on that. My property tax in Hamilton for 21 acres is $395. Yeah, I owned over 100 acres in Franklin County, which is a county just north of there, and the very small county. And my taxes were, I don't even think they were $500 a year. I think they were less than 500 a year. So again, 61,000 is crazy. What is the ramp? The ramp is it's a alleged Christian ministry located in Hamilton, Alabama. That uh, over the past few weeks, the alleged CFO has admitted this is fact. Allegations were brought against him that he had SA'd some minors, and he admitted to some of those allegations. And he also happens to be the son-in-law of the leader of the ramp. See, I'd never heard of the ramp until a few weeks ago. Well, let me. I had gotten messages over the past year about the ramp, but I didn't know what it was. And honestly, I mean, I get a lot of messages, and it was just one of those. I would just never had time to get back to on any of those. And then as soon as I heard this the other day, it clicked to me. I was like, that's a lot of people wanted me to talk about this, and I feel horrible now that we have not discussed it before this. In fact, one of the people on my team has brought it to my attention before, and I just kept forgetting about it. And because she's been aware of what's going on there for a while and been speaking out against it. She was literally on her live asking for $250,000 last month. And she came on a few days later and said that her friends had given her over 60,000. Anybody that's still giving her money, you're crazy. If you know anyone that's still giving her money, that's friends or family, you need to speak to them. I'm telling you where this is going to go. I'm telling you. Take my word for it. At some point, and it may not be tomorrow, it may not be in the next 6 months, it may be 2 years from now, but at some point, this will all come out, and we're going to see factually that she has been mishandling all of these funds. I promise you that. From the amount of money they bring in, and now knowing that they haven't even paid their taxes for 2025, and knowing that in the last, what would you say, last week or last month, she's begging for $250,000. Whoa. There's a lot of mismanagement of funds there. Do I have anybody on? Do I have a moderator on YouTube? If not, can I get one over there? She has her faithful givers for over 20 years. Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. Again, I've listened to some of her speeches and talks, or whatever you want to call them. She's a great communicator. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Thank you, Katie. So Crystal said she has been told about the, I'm guessing she's talking about Karen. She has been told about the SA abuse since 2003 and called us victims liars and continued to keep the people who did it on her staff. Yeah, this is not the first time I've heard this. This is not the first time I've heard this. And again, I've gone back and we even looked at some of it Friday night, where we found social media posts and comments all the way back to at least 2023 talking about all these allegations. And her supporters, and this is a very cultish, I don't know if that's a word, but it is now. This is a very cultish thing that cults do. You're not allowed to speak out against them at all. You're not allowed to any criticism about them. None. And if you do, their followers come at you. And I've seen numerous posts and comments like that. I mean, everything from anyone speaking out against the ramp is going to hell. Things like that. Some are way worse. Some are just as bad. Yeah, like Copper Girl said, it's the taxes are public record that can easily be looked up. So I don't doubt that. I can't read the name on who was talking about the facts, but I don't doubt this at all. I don't think they just pulled this number out of their tails. I'm sure they looked on the website again. It's very simple to look up. I will verify, but I don't have any reason to doubt that. I've got enough. I just needed one moderator on YouTube, so y'all can work it out. Just at least one stay. Just there's a fine line between good communicator and manipulator. Well, good manipulators are good communicators. Again, it does not mean they're a good person. There's a big difference in being a great communicator and a great person. Big difference. But no, you're exactly right. But I mean, manipulation, and I get pushback from this from other people, uh, other leadership people that know their stuff, and I get some pushback that where they don't agree with this. But in my opinion, think out of exactly what I want to say. Manipulating, well, that's a tough word for me to say tonight. Manipulation and motivation are the same thing. It's just if we think it's something good, then we call it motivation. If we think it's something bad, we call it manipulation. But they're the exact same thing. So anyone that's really great at motivating could also be a great manipulator. Doesn't mean they all are, but those are the same thing. Again, and that's my opinion. And that's why I'm not a big fan of motivation. I understand it does work at times, but like I've been called a motivational speaker before, and I don't like that. I don't want to be a motivational speaker. That's not what I am. It's not what I consider myself. Because again, those are the same thing. But also, motivation comes and goes. I like to teach people how to be completely change and be great leaders, not motivate them for a week or two. Again, and in my opinion, motivating people is very simple. Actually, changing their behavior is a whole other level and is not simple. But yeah, good manipulators they're great communicators. Gloria is on YouTube. Copper Girl, did you have another comment? Because I was like in the middle of reading one of your comments and it just disappeared. Just makes me wonder how many people did they hurt. Well, and here's the thing on the essaying of the minors there. We all know, unfortunately, a lot of victims of that never speak out, and some of them for good reason. Again, I will never fault anyone for not speaking out. I encourage everyone to speak out, but I'll never fault anyone for not, for a lot of reasons. But one, people are ignorant and evil, and you could be a victim of something, as we have seen in this exact situation. One of these victims spoke out at least well over a year ago. And it was not accepted well in that community as far as the ramp and their followers. And this victim got a lot of hate. And people, including most of the people that were big followers of the ramp literally calling them a liar. And so, again, that's one reason I don't fault, and that happens a lot, unfortunately. It's one reason I don't fault victims that don't speak out. I think it should be your choice whether you do or not, and I'm not going to try to talk you into speaking out. Again, I encourage everyone to speak out, but that's all I say about it. I'm not going to like pull you to the side and talk to you and try to convince you for 4 hours to come out. That's your choice. Because again, I completely understand why some don't. My point in saying all that is knowing most victims never speak out. And the fact that we've got at least as far as for this suspect, for Samuel, we have at least 2 that has come forward. You would be a fool to believe that's the only 2 he's ever done it to. Again, statistics just show that's not the case at all. So, I mean, you're exactly right. And it's a horrible thing to realize and to have to think about, but you're exactly right. And there's no telling how many victims there truly are over the years. There's no telling how many victims have been either feared, had to live in fear because of it, that were probably threatened. And who knows what has happened to some of these victims by some of these leaders, and including Karen Wheaton. And, we went over her statement that she put out after this, and it's complete BS. There's so much about that statement that pisses me off so freaking much. That there's things in that statement I wouldn't have to know anything else about her. And reading that statement, and I could tell you she's not a good person. I could tell you she is out for her, and the only thing she cares about is her reputation. And I understand she has a lot of people fooled. Because, again, she is a great communicator. There are people, a lot, that speak about her literally like she's a god. Again, very cultish. A lot of people. There are a lot of her followers that if you speak out against her at all, any criticism, they literally tell you're going to hell for that. And they praise her and they credit her for all of this stuff versus a real church gives all the credit to who? God. That's it. That is not how a lot of these people speak. When we were growing up, Samuel always wanted to play doctor. So you know him personally? Well, very well said, Katie. Katie said they're fooling people. They're fooling with people's eternal state. There's a special place in hell for false prophets. I completely agree. Your sister's been trying to tell people for years. Everybody said she was crazy. Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. And I've seen a lot of these comments and posts about this, and it just pisses me off so bad. And it's the same thing I always say about allegations like this. Can they be made up at times? Well, absolutely, of course. But if you were not there personally and you have no evidence, like factual evidence, proving that it's not true, then you should never come out and speak out against the victim until or unless that evidence ever surfaces. Now, I'm not saying you should see an allegation like that, immediately start attacking someone and calling them everything in the world and, running around calling them a PDF. But so often I see when these type of allegations come out, people that know the suspect will immediately, their first thing is, no way. Victim's lying. You can't do that, because how are you going to feel if it comes out that the victim was not lying and you have called them that 25 times on social media and called them even worse things? So I'm not saying you have to immediately speak out against someone that's alleged of, but you don't immediately speak out against the victim just because you think you know someone. Your taxes are higher in Franklin County than they are in Marion County? Wow. And I know, like I said, I know the taxes in Franklin County are not high. Well, I'm not saying you always believe the victim. Again, don't misunderstand. I'm not saying, because some people do lie. So I'm not saying you have to immediately believe the victim. But in that same exact thing, you also should not immediately believe they're lying. Because that is exactly one of the main reasons more victims don't speak out. They're afraid of the backlash. Can you imagine that? Because I can't. I know some people on here can, because I know some of you have been through it. But if you've never been through it like me, could you imagine something horrible like that happening to you? And then you can't even go to anybody and you can't speak out about it because you're afraid what people are going to start calling you and saying about you. Could you imagine being in that situation? Because I can't. I don't know that I could think of anything worse. I'm catching up on some comments. Am I a pastor? No. I'm a Christian, but no, I'm not a pastor. These people are my family, and they totally turned on my sister and my mother. It's horrible. Jeannie, no, that's not what Ashley was saying at all. So Sad started out good, I believe. And that's a possibility. When she first started, she may have been trying to do something for the right reasons. But unfortunately, money will bring the evil out of you if you have it in you. It definitely will. That's what happens a lot. Melissa said, I'm hearing from reliable sources she's selling off properties. Yeah, there's been a couple other people on here saying that. And see, I don't believe money is the root of all evil. There's a lot of people with a lot of money that do really great things with it. It's not the money. It's, again, I believe if you, Daryl, the reason I can't say that is because I will get kicked off pretty much all the platforms. I can't say that. I know it's dumb, and I fully agree, but I can't say that. If I say that, they will ban me. But yeah, like I said, but I think if you have the evil inside of you and you get a lot of money, it will bring that evil out. But if you never had the evil inside of you, money's not going to change you. Oh, Oliver, he was talking about SA. Why am I saying SA instead of the full words? Because I agree it needs to be broadcast loud. But again, I don't make the rules. How long does it normally take for a person to get arrested? That completely depends on each. Every situation could be different. Samuel Bentley's house just came on the market for sale. Wow. Anything he owns should they should have a they should freeze it. It needs to be frozen. I hope the victims have attorneys and good ones that understand that and they can make that happen. Yeah. Oh, one of his homes. Yeah. If it ever happens to my granddaughters, I'll be a prison granny. There's, I would love to comment on that, but I better not. Donnie McClurkin, a Grammy Award winning artist, came here to see Karen a few years ago. There wasn't a big deal made about it. I'm not sure why he was here actually, but in January he was accused of SA allegations himself. Well, that's interesting. I've never heard of him. Team, somebody take a note of that. Donnie McClurkin. Brittany was on your FYP peddling Timu crap. Yeah, she's made that a full time job pretty much. Yeah, TikTok is very strict, and I know I'm about to get in trouble by my team, but no, I'm not going to say it. I won't say the way I really truly feel about TikTok. Hey, thanks for coming in, Jenny. Appreciate it. Now, on that note, in all seriousness, if you are one of my followers on TikTok, make sure you also subscribe to my YouTube channel. I'm always live on 3 platforms, and TikTok will literally ban me completely randomly at least once a month. And it's always for ridiculous things. The most ridiculous was the time we got banned for nudity. I promise I've never got nude on live. Never. Um, I appealed it, and they still upheld it. Like, what? So yeah, make sure you're also you subscribe on YouTube, and it's Agent D Baker, just like it is on TikTok. And um, because again, I'll get banned from TikTok pretty soon for again nothing that we do, but and so when I do that way, you can watch me live on YouTube as well. Thank you, Deidre. I appreciate that. No, Oliver or Nicole, you're exactly right. No, that's what, and we know who it was because every single time I get banned, it's when we're talking about a certain person on there, and her and all of her minions will go and report me again for absolute ridiculous things. Hey, there you go, Sheba. I like, yeah, and you're exactly right. Sheba said, people miss that scripture. It's the love of money is the root of all evil. It's loving it, not having it. You're exactly right. So Donnie McClurkin is a big time gospel singer. Yeah, we'll look into him. Hey, is it Alanis? Alanis, how are you? So I've not had. Melody said Perry Stone is another one that needs to be added to the list. So I've seen that name a lot, but I have not had time to actually look at. I don't even know who that is, but I've seen that mentioned a lot with the ramp. Uh, so yeah, we're gonna. Well, I'm guessing Melody already has. Yeah, I want to figure out who that is and or what it is and the relation. He has ties to Karen's husband and also has SA allegations. I and I have a we've got at least two prior. Or hold on, team, correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I know for a fact we have there's one prior staff member from the ramp that has been arrested, and this was in I don't know a couple years ago for SA. Has it been two or just the one other than Samuel? And I don't even know, or Samuel hasn't been arrested, correct? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe he's been arrested yet. Perry has a home in Hamilton as well. Oh, I haven't even thought about that, but I bet you're right, Ashley. I bet they all have PPP loans, P loan fraud issues too. I haven't even thought about that, but you're probably right. No, I don't think he's been arrested yet, and that's not necessarily uncommon. They're probably working. I mean, working on a really good investigation. The SBI is the one investigating that, and they are very very good at this stuff. They have the experts of experts that work for them on this and do it this full time that work these crimes, and they're very good at it. Oh, I see. Yep. Makes all the sense in the world. Perry Stone is from the Ramp in Chattanooga, Tennessee. So they have multiple campuses. Because I did not realize that. So they have the Hamilton, Chattanooga, and Manchester, England. Yeah, I did not realize that. Oh, it's funny you said that, Christy. That's I'm working on a podcast on this right now, and that's one of the pictures I have up, comparing them to the righteous gemstones. As Christy said, it's like the real life righteous gemstones, because that's the first thing that came to my mind when I started looking into this stuff, and that's literally a picture. I have them up comparing the two. Oh, that show was hilarious. We have enough in the UK things. Oh, I'm sure it's everywhere, unfortunately. So somebody said I was under the impression that they gave Chattanooga back to Perry Stone once he was cleared. That's the way I'd understood. But again, I may be wrong because I've not looked into it much at all. But that's the way I understood the Chattanooga one was actually technically someone else's, but they kind of shared some of the same board of directors. Tracy, that's who we're talking about. Karen Wheaton. Yeah, that's exactly who we're talking about. I didn't say the same board of directors. Correct. And this is just what I've heard. I've not verified this. If you know, correct me if I'm wrong. What I've understood is that some members of the ramp in Hamilton are on the board of directors for the Chattanooga one, and vice versa. Some members of the Chattanooga one are on the board of directors for Hamilton. That's the way I've understood, and that's what I was meaning. But is that true or is that not true? So the board of directors on both. Let me see. Oh yeah. The technical name for the ramp, by the way, is Wheaton and Evangelistic Association. That's the business name. So allegedly, the board of directors for the ramp in Hamilton are Karen Wheaton, the president, Damon Thompson, Patty Long, Randy Long, and Richard Toe. But I don't know how. I don't know if that's fully up to date. Like I don't know. Yeah, Crocker. I mean, that's what I'm listening to you. And that's why I'm asking you these questions. And you're not getting ignored. I have three separate chats that I'm trying to keep up with. So Melissa said Damon is no longer on there. Yeah, yeah, I knew that. Rick Toe is her husband. The technical name for the organization is Wheaton Evangelistic Association, Inc. I see why everybody, or I'm starting to see why everybody keeps bringing up the Perry Stone. Wow. So you're saying Karen Wheaton is not on the board of directors for Perry Stone's or for the place in Hamilton? I mean, not Hamilton, for the place in Chattanooga? Oh, that's right. Thank you, Bless. Yeah, so one of the videos we watched on Friday, that was Perry Stone talking about keeping secrets. And that was one of the things I said, if I was ever attending a church and a pastor said that made those statements, I would get up and leave. No, actually, it's Hamilton, Alabama, Chattanooga, Tennessee. I'm sure you knew where Chattanooga was. Okay, so this may be where I'm misunderstood. So Crocker, you're saying the place in Chattanooga that Perry has nothing to do with it. Okay. Okay. So he does have something to do with the Chattanooga, Tennessee, but he has a whole other church in Cleveland. I'm shocked, but another reason why I trust no one. You can't, you shouldn't not trust anyone. You shouldn't be gullible, but everybody needs some people in their life that they fully trust. Now, it's not going to be a big circle of people, that's for sure, but so his, okay, so his organization, I'm not calling these places churches anymore. His organization is the voice of evangelism. Or Omega Center International. It's a strange name. Yeah, VOE is different from OCI, but they're both. Perry Stone is the founder and leader of both, correct? Karen Wheaton Toe updated her EIN and 501c3 status in June. So she is a 501c3. I thought a 501c, your board of directors have to be publicly listed, is what I thought. I may have been wrong. I may be wrong. Oh, yeah. So that's what you're saying. She's the only one listed right now, and so if she doesn't add more, list the other board members, then she'll lose it. Okay, yeah, yeah. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, because when me and my team was discussing one of our I don't know what you want to call it missions, one part that's going to be more charitable stuff with us doing charitable stuff. And so when we were discussing the 501c3 and all of those, that's why I decided not to go that route right now, because you have to have a board of directors, and again, they're in charge and they could literally kick you out of your own organization. And so, and for what we were going to do with it, I didn't like that idea. There's Danielle. I was talking about you earlier. What's up, Shay? How are you? Well, I hope it went well. Oh, Danielle, I meant to text you. I'm about to text you. Yeah, I'm gonna message you, Crocker. I just added you or followed you. What's the topic tonight? We're talking about the ramp out of Hamilton, Alabama, with one of the main leaders recently admitting to um, SAing minors. And now we have learned of a lot of other crazy stuff. It just gets deeper the more I learn it, is the more concerned I get. Definitely no question in my mind that, again, I'm not saying the followers understand and realize they're being part of a cult, but the leaders understand it. And that's exactly what they're doing. They know what they're doing. Can you discuss the fact that Samuel was literally the college director? Then they hired another predator. Who else? Who else have they hired? Yeah, Danielle, and you just missed one of the former long term. She was the she worked for them, and I think she was Perry Stone's assistant for a long time. Is what she said. I'm going to message her. When was this, Melissa? Kevin McBride had an affair with a 20-year-old student. I don't know what her real name is, Danielle. Her name on here is Petty Crocker, 87. But she knew a lot about the inner workings, just like Jim Jones. Hopefully they're not that bad, but yeah, I mean, it's the exact same concept. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Almost all cults disguise them. The leaders disguise them as a religious and most of the time Christian ministry. I mean, that's how they start. That's how they start getting people in, and then once they get them in, they start the manipulation, the brainwashing, and it goes from there. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing a lot of, Danielle. That's what I was talking about that earlier. They pledge their faith and allegiance to Karen like she is Jesus. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, that they give her credit for everything versus what a real church and real Christians give credit to God. They are all like she's their God. Like she's the prophet, at least. And again, that's almost, it's definitely not all, but almost all, very large percentage of cults. That's what they are. I mean, that's the leader thinks the leader says they're a prophet, and I mean, some of them do even say they're Jesus Christ themselves, and it's, I mean, they're very good. Again, they're great communicators. They're really amazing leaders. They're just really bad people. She also declares prophets and wow. It does not surprise me. Tracy said, I'm pretty sure her husband's business, donated to the dorm housing fund several years back. This sickens me. Well, and like I was telling someone that was talking about it earlier, like we all fall prey to those things at times, and that's And usually when we do, it's someone that you would think you should absolutely be able to trust, and they're a great communicator, and but it happens to all of us at times. Now, and I'm not gonna say who, but someone that uh, a very very close family member of mine knows very well has. It's kind of funny, but I mean it's not, but it is. Has twice in their life accidentally ended up in cults, two completely separate ones. That and I'm like, all right, that yeah, that you we gotta they got they got to start putting some of that blame on themselves there. Is anyone going to intervene to help the people involved, or should someone start charging spectators? I don't really know what you're saying, Mariah. Yeah, thank you, Melody. Yeah, we're that's why we're talking about it, is to bring awareness to it, because there's a lot of people that still have not heard about this at all, and this should be, and I think at some point it will. This should be national news. There will be documentaries made on this one day. I promise you. I'm telling you. Just from my little bit of research I've done this weekend, wow. I mean, it's there. It's if you know what you're looking for, you see it. And I've never, like in my career, never worked anything on Colts or anything like that, but I've always been fascinated by them as far as just interesting to me. Um, and so I've studied Colts a lot, and I've looked very deep into a lot of them. Uh, and I'm telling you, this has all the same red flags, all of them. The Ramp is a sister church to a church I used to go to. I quit going because leadership was strange. Are you talking about the other ramp, the other campus, Kristen, or are you talking about a completely different ministry? Daniel said I was called a demon last year. Yeah, that's what I think about when I think about you, Danielle, always. That's crazy. You're the furthest thing from a demon I've ever met, ever known. They had to fire the former director of the Ramp College. Okay, so are y'all saying it's a legitimate college? Like that people pay money to go to the school? Or is this a evangelistic, or I don't know the correct term, but evangelist like school, or is this an actual accredited college like university? Like Church of the Highlands now has an actual college. So are y'all saying it's like that, or is it just that's what they call it and they charge people money? They charge people money to go to it. If anybody was taken over state lines and this happens, is that not human trafficking? Human trafficking is it could be, but the way like what you're saying is more of like like kidnapping and grape. But it could be human trafficking. It just depends on the exact circumstances. But most human trafficking is when, well, for instance, say a parent has a 14-year-old and they let John, they charge money to John, an adult, to sleep with the 14-year-old. That's human trafficking, or that's one way that you get human trafficking. Another is like with the pimps, and they have these women. I can't say the one word. I don't think TikTok kicked me off, but y'all know what I'm talking about. They have these girls, but they like own them. Like the girls are forced to make so much money a day, and then they have to give all the money to the pimp. So that's another form of human trafficking. So I know a lot of people, they hear trafficking and they immediately think of like they picture like a big bus with 20 girls on it, you know, traveling from one area to another or something like that. But that's not really how it is as far as the law. Do I follow Laura Lynn, Tyler Thomas, as well as Shane Winnings, who leads Promise Keepers, often knows a lot about the cultic people that you're talking about? I don't think I fought. No, I don't think I'm familiar with any of those people. Shane Winning. I'll look him up though. Shane Winnings is a retired police officer and now head of the Promise Keepers for Men. Yeah, I'll check into that. Yeah, I'll check them out. Okay, so they're not like an accredited college. They just call themselves a college and they pay. And that's what I figured. So they don't teach like so they just it's just like it's a seminary. That's all they do. And that's what I figured. I just wanted to make sure. They have college dorms. She charges $250 a month per student to live there. That's not bad at all, honestly. I didn't say it was a seminary, Daniel. I'm trying to come up with something to compare it to. You're just as confused as I am about what they teach, and I've lived in Hamilton my entire life. Okay, good. I don't feel so bad now. No church will take their degree. You have to work for Karens. I don't think I want to work. Well, actually, it's not. I don't think I do not want to work for Karen. That's for sure. I have a feeling we're going to be talking a lot about her in the near future, though, because this is again the more I learn, the more I dig, the crazier this gets, and I'm starting to see like putting other things together that people are talking that are telling me about now. Wow, it's I'm starting to see a lot more going on here than I even realized. Oh, by the way, Sheba, Promise Keepers, I have, I know something about them. I've heard about it and probably seen some stuff on it for sure, but that does sound familiar to me now. The unofficial term for them is rampires. Is that what they call themselves, or is that what outsiders call them? If that's what they call themselves, whoa, that is even way more concerning. Oh, that's what outsiders call. Okay, okay. Well, from what I've been learning, it wouldn't surprise me if that's what they called themselves. So when you said it's like, whoa, that's very, very concerning. We called them rampsters. Oh, that's pretty good. But I do want to, now in all seriousness, I want to point out there are a lot of people that do end up in cults. They're victims. They again they're manipulated. They're brainwashed literally, and it 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 can happen to some people. And so I'm not calling everyone that goes there and that has fallen into this trap. I'm not calling all of them a horrible evil person. Don't get me wrong, but the leaders is who I'm talking about. And definitely there's going to be some followers that are right along with it and know what's going on and understand it and they're part of it too. But again, on the same note, just understand some members they're victims. Everything, Katie, to answer your question. Everything. Hey, Miss Holly, how are you? I think AA is a cult. Now, I've heard a lot of people say good things about AA. And it probably depends on where, because I mean, I'm sure they're all different, obviously. They're trying to suck the life out of this town. It sounds like they're doing a pretty good job of it, too, unfortunately. And Hamilton's a nice little town. So I hate that. It's very sad. But I think this is all a lot of eyes are starting to be opened now, thankfully. I just hate it took this for that to happen. They would get dropped off by the bus load to apply for food stamps. Oh yeah, oh, that's every. I'm telling y'all, everything I'm hearing about, like every new detail I hear, makes it more of a cult. Yeah, Miss Holly, I think she owns over 40 properties, but allegedly, a few different people said that she started putting some of that up for sale very recently. What was my original thoughts on Karen? She wanted to be an actress before this gig. My original thoughts was she my spidey senses went up for sure. And somebody that's a really great communicator, which I do this with everybody, but I definitely pay very close attention to the words that they're using. And a lot of her word usage is manipulation tactics, um, for sure. And she talks a lot about money. Now, I have nothing against any church and any pastor of a church, at the end of service asking for money. They need that. And I understand that. So I'm not talking about that. I've seen videos of her, just go on about it for an hour. And again, the way she is saying things, the word usage she is using, you can tell she's way more focused on the money than she's way more focused on the money than leading someone to Christ. There's no doubt about that. But I've not seen a lot of her videos yet. I've seen maybe 5. Yeah, you're spot on, Miss Holly. She said I was told the locals either support the church or say it's a cult. No in between. You're spot on. And well, it's not they support the church. They talk about it like it's literally the greatest thing ever. And I'm not talking about God or Christianity. I'm talking about they speak like the ramp, like that place is the greatest thing ever, that it has, nothing could ever top it, and that Karen is a god. And if you speak out, if you have any criticism about them, they will, I mean, they will come after you in droves. Hey, good night, Danielle. And I'm sorry, I hate that I had to break the bad news to you, but I wanted to make sure you knew. But thanks for coming in for a minute. They always set up shop in small, unassuming cities and towns. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and that's by design. People that live in small towns are more trusting people because they most of the people that they know and most of the people they are friends with and grew up with and they trust because well they either trust them or they don't trust them at all because they just know. But they're more trusting, and These people know that, and they prey on those smaller communities like that, because in those small communities like that, all you have to do is convince a few people, and then they do the rest of the work for you. You find the leader of that community. This is how cults happen. You find the leader of that community, one of the main leaders, and that doesn't necessarily mean they're a government leader or anything. I'm just every community, especially small communities, have that handful of people that everyone there trusts, that everyone there likes, and that they've helped almost everyone in that community. And so these cult leaders, when they come in there, they are good at picking out who those people are, and they spend all their time and effort on getting them on board and getting them to trust them, and then they do the rest of the work for them. Yeah, that's exactly how it happens. Oh, I'm sorry, Sheba. Yeah, Holly said, well, she said a few things, but she said, I was told the locals either support the church or say it's a cult. No in between. And that's how good leaders work. That's how great leaders work, but they have good intentions versus bad. But a great leader, if you put me in charge of any organization, company, or anything tomorrow, and no one there knows me, my number one priority and the very first thing I'm going to do is find one of those people that what we call the non-supervisor leader. So it's there's always one or two, sometimes more people in an organization that they're not in an authority position of that organization, but they're the leader of all the employees uh, there, and you you figure out who that is, and then that's the person that you start talking to and that you really get in close with and get them to trust you and understand what you're trying to do and who you are, and then they do the rest of the work, and that makes you a great leader. I mean, it does, because that's the best way for you to lead people. But again, if you have bad intentions, it's the same concept, but it's whether you have bad intentions or good intentions. And the ones that have bad intentions, it's really bad. Thank you, Sheba. I really appreciate that. I really do. When she came back to Hamilton, she was received as the prodigal daughter returning home. So she's originally from there. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so she already had a hand up. So yeah, that makes it even more easier for her to start gaining everybody's trust. But I mean, here's the simple. This is a very simple way to look at it and an easy way to understand. When the by far most wealthiest person in your community is the preacher, you should start asking questions. Now, I don't have an issue with preachers being wealthy or making a lot of money, but when they are the wealthiest in your community, that should throw up tons of red flags. And so take a community like Hamilton. Again, if she built this thing and they have a lot of members and it's profiting, I have no issue with her having a nice house and nice cars and things like that. But at some point, a true preacher, a true person of God, is going to start giving back to that community, getting nothing in return. They're not just going to continue to build bigger houses and build all their family members big houses. They're going to start putting that money back into the community without getting anything in return. She's buying property. Some of the properties she was buying are rental properties. So she was taking money from the ministry and investing it into other profitable businesses and taking that money in too. That's all, again, red flag after red flag. Oh, yeah, Sheba, I'll top it into the chat. And I don't know if this is where you were going with that. Mariah said going after the money through churches seems distracting. Who's paying the biggest tithes? I don't know if this is where you're going with that, but that has absolutely been on my mind because I worked a lot of money laundering cases, and so I understand money laundering. And my mind has already gone there numerous times talking about this. Now, again, I don't know if that's where you were going with your comment, but a mob boss once was asked if he had to go back and start over. He said a church would make more. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, Kathy said she's buying it all and then charging outrageous rents to anyone who inquires about the rentals. Yeah, again, I there's again a lot of red flags there. Money that is given to a church, so tithes that are given to a church, should never go into then funding other, private businesses. That's not the way that all that money should go back into that ministry. And again, then from that ministry, it should be helping the community. Now, again, I have no problem with her having a salary, and if depending on how much money the church is bringing in, it could be a large salary. I don't have a problem with that. But there's a big difference in that and what she is doing. Yeah, Kelly, that's what we're talking about. Yeah, I was talking about that in the beginning, Melissa. She took up money for years for two different projects and never did them. Yeah, and one of those projects, again, it's been alleged, and I've heard it from numerous people now, that she's been talking about one of those projects and asking for money for one of those projects since 2008. So we're talking about 18 years ago, and it's still not here. But yet she's been buying rental properties. Yeah, taking tithes and buying properties that are not for the ministry. Because again, when y'all were talking about it the other night on Friday, I was assuming that y'all meant she is buying up properties for the ministry, like it was, properties for that. And then this weekend, when I started looking into things, and I realized, no, some of these, actually a decent amount, are their private business. As far as, she's buying up rental properties. All right, Katie. And if you're new here, make sure you follow. I'd really appreciate that. Or subscribe, just depending on what platform you're on. I'm live on 3 different platforms. So, and I try to read the comment and then answer it because I know everybody can't see everybody else's comments on the other platforms. But sometimes I'm not so good at that. But if it takes me a while to get to your comment, that's why. But also, again, make sure you're following me. And also ask that if you're not a subscriber on YouTube, please do that. I'm trying to build that up, and that's one of the other platforms I always go live on as well. And also, I do a full podcast, and you can find my full podcast at Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and YouTube and Rumble. So that's also where you can find my full podcast. as well. I went to the ramp conference back last year. It felt weird and rehearsed. She came out early. She came out only to ask for money. Yeah, and I've seen some of those videos, and I agree with you. Do I not have any moderators on TikTok? Did y'all all leave, or what's going on? It said that they cannot build camp ramp on the intended property. Oh, I'm sure they've got all kinds of excuses. Oh, Deidre, most of my moderators are on my team. I have a few that are not, but most are just the ones on my team. I was in that building one time and it literally made my skin crawl. I couldn't get out fast enough. I've heard similar experiences from other people. What administration are you talking about, Kathy? I'm confused on that. Oh, the local government. Okay, I see. From what I understand, there are lots of Indian artifacts buried on the intended property. Huh. Did they not know that before they purchased the property? That's interesting. That stuff interested me as well. I'm gonna look into that. I wonder what. I wonder who was there and what kind of artifacts they're talking about. Thank you, Caroline. Yeah, if you would please share the live. Oh, I got to talk about. I need to talk about some of my new sponsors. Let me find. Hold on. Well, hold on one second. Sorry for one of my monitors started going crazy. I had to unplug it. Yeah, I'm gonna do this in a second, and then I'm gonna bring up her statement again that she put out, and because I like I said, I did some analyzing of it and show y'all some of the things that really stand out to me, especially like I said, some of the. I mean, Hey, good night, Deidre. Appreciate you coming in. Somebody told me her house is listed as an apartment. I don't know about that. Wouldn't surprise me. So, Kathy, you're saying that it's known around there that that property can't be disturbed because of artifacts? Oh, I see, Deidre. Oh, Kathy was going. Well, she may have already jumped off then. Hey, guys, you all. Wow, that took a while. Okay. All right. Hey, guys, you all know how health conscious I am. I haven't had a single carbonated drink in over. Hey, guys, you all know how health conscious I am. I haven't had a single carbonated drink in over 20 years because I'm extremely careful about what I put into my body. So when I tell you I'm partnering with Dubby, you know it's the real deal. I will garbage. Just clean energy that actually tastes in. Hey guys, you all know how health conscious I am. I haven't had a single carbonated drink in over 20 years because I'm extremely careful about what I put into my body. So when I tell you I'm partnering with Dubby, you know it's the real deal. I will never partner with any brand that I don't use myself. Now, Dubby is zero sugar, jitter free, crash free, no artificial dyes or colors, none of that garbage. Just clean energy that actually tastes incredible. I've been drinking it every day and I'm genuinely impressed. If you want to upgrade your energy too, use my code Agent D Baker for 10% off. Link in bio. Go be better with me. Hope you all could hear that. Yeah, so one of my newest sponsors is Dubby, and it's a energy uh, drink. But and as my promo video there said, um, I'm very health conscious. If you've been following me for a while, you know that I'm very careful. Yes, Sheba did. Thank you. And like I said, I literally have not had a carbonated drink in over 20 years. I drink water. I don't drink those energy drinks from the gas stations. None of that. I don't like those. They're not healthy. Dubby is it's the cleanest energy feeling I've ever gotten. Um, it really is. And as I've said before, you will not find me. I will not accept any sponsors that I don't truly believe in, that I don't like myself or anything like that. So I'm very picky about the ones that I'm uh, bringing on board. And but that W is great. And again, use my code, and you'll get I think it's 10% off. But you will love it. No jittery feeling, no crash, nothing like that, and it's completely clean. I'm very big on clean eating, and very big on, if you can't pronounce an ingredient in something, don't eat that. And yeah, Dubby it comes in a tub of powder, and you just mix one scoop with water. Uh, all the flavors I've had so far are great. Tiger's blood is my favorite flavor, but there's a lot of good ones. They actually have one flavor that you can mix with milk. I've not tried it yet, but it's supposed to be really good as well. But anyway, awesome product. Make sure you check it out. And again, use my code, which is Agent D Baker, at checkout, and you will get your 10% off. And but I'm really excited to have them on board. And then hold on, they just sent me a shirt. Now, this is one of my brand new sponsors, and they just sent me this stuff today. I'm really excited about this brand. If you have not heard about this brand, it's called Deemed Fit. That's DEMED. And I don't have a promo video yet because again, I just got this stuff today. One thing I love about this company is it was founded and is ran and owned by two police officers, New York City police officers, and 20% of all their profits go into first responder mental health. So, and like this is one of their shirts, and they've got a bunch of different kind of shirts on Deem Fit, but like this is one of the ones they sent me. It just says, "Are you okay?" Break the stigma. And again, it's first responder mental health. And then on the back, I know it's going to be backwards for y'all, but it says, "Heroes need saving too." But and the shirts are I mean, quality. They're really good. Um, Very comfortable, and they have a bunch of different clothing, but check them out. It's deemed fit, and you can use my. I don't know. Let me get this wrong. But I'll have a promo video ASAP. Yeah. So if you at checkout, if you put in, it's just Derek Baker, all one word. So it's my full name, DEREK Baker, but all one word, and you will get 15% off your order for that. And I'd really appreciate anyone buying from them. You're helping me, and more importantly, again, you're contributing to first responder mental health. And I just think it's really awesome. And so, again, got this shirt, and then they sent me like 3. I'll show y'all those Wednesday, and then again, I'll have some more promo videos and stuff more in depth about it. But I'm really excited about that one too. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I see what you're saying. I forgot I was still on the little screen. I'm sorry, I'm in the studio by myself tonight, so I'm kind of having to do everything myself. Yeah, I'll show you one more time on the bigger screen. But they've got like this "Are you okay?" Break the stigma, and then on the back, "Heroes need saving too." And like this one has the thin blue line for police officers, but they have red ones for firefighters. They have EMT ones. I think they have another one, but any first responder, uh, they have these, and they don't just have the t-shirts. They have shorts and jogger pants and hats and all that stuff too. And then they have a lot of other just normal other t-shirts as well, and hoodies. They have a lot of hoodies too that are really nice, and again, top quality. Because one of the ones they sent me was a hoodie, and it's really nice. And by tomorrow evening, I'll have all the links to my sponsors in my bios, and so you'll just be able to click on the links in those. If people write something in the chat, are you able to cancel it? I can remove the comment if that's what you're asking. Do I have merch? It's a sore subject with me and my team. Yes and no. Yes, but we don't. It's not ready to. The website's not ready yet. It was supposed to have happened literally 4 or 5 months ago. We're still working on it. It will be ASAP. But yes, to answer your question, and I will get that out very, very soon. right, let me bring up her comment again because I want to go over that. Oh, never mind, I'm going to have to do it a different way. Oh, that's why we had to do it different. I don't know why it's doing that. Y'all apologize. My goodness. I'll get my stuff together in just a second. Hopefully. Here we go. Let's see. Make this bigger. So, statement from Karen Wheaton and Ramp Leadership, and this was the statement she put out on March the 17th of this year, which was right after this was all brought out. And so it starts out. Last week, a brave individual came forward reporting that 4 years ago they experienced inappropriate contact by a staff member of the ramp. The staff member involved was Samuel Bentley, and the individual was a minor at the time of the incident. I don't like the word individual. It's downplaying. They're the victim. Words mean things. So by them choosing the word individual, they're trying to downplay that. I mean, they're a victim. That's what they are, the victim, and continues to call them individual. And then 4 years ago, they experienced inappropriate contact by a staff member of the ramp. The staff member involved was Samuel Bentley. Downplaying his role for sure. A staff member? No, he was one of the leaders. There's a big difference in one of our leaders and a staff member. Big difference. If this was a Fortune 500 company and this happened with the CFO, would they be able to just call them an employee? No, they wouldn't. Like the vice president. Big difference. Upon receiving this report, leadership immediately addressed the matter with Samuel. Now, and I know we talked about this Friday night for the ones that wouldn't on. This had my blood boiling. This pissed me off so bad when I read this. So bad. That is not what you should ever do. Upon receiving this report, leadership immediately addressed the matter with Samuel. No, that's not what you do. You immediately notify the authorities. You don't confront the person. You call the police. You let them conduct the investigation. By doing this, you could literally screw up everything. You could screw the entire investigation up. Now, hopefully in this case, it didn't. My experience, and again, I'm just talking about me. I never dealt with anything like this as an investigator, and them call us and say, well, we've already addressed it with them and fired them, but you can talk to them. What? Anyone with any sense understands that and knows that. And then they call it a conversation. During the conversation, they're trying to downplay this whole thing. This was not a conversation. During the conversation, he admitted the allegation was true. Samuel was immediately terminated from his position. What position was that? Yeah, he's their son-in-law too. The Ramp's board of directors was notified, and the matter was promptly reported to the appropriate authorities. And I've got to verify this, so do not quote me on this. But we believe currently she doesn't have a board of directors listed anywhere, which she has to, because if it falls under the same entity anyway, she would have to. Either way, who are the board of directors? Because from what I've found so far, and again, don't quote me on this, I have to verify this. So I'm not saying this to be a fact, but I'm saying this is what I know so far, there is not a board because they've all quit other than her and her husband. And then the matter was promptly reported to the appropriate authorities. No, it wasn't. Promptly reported was, oh my goodness, this happened? Let's call the police. That's not what happened. And then in that same paragraph, it says Samuel was immediately terminated from his position. Then it says a few days later, Samuel disclosed a second instance involving another minor, which was also reported to the appropriate authorities. How did he disclose it to you when you say he was immediately terminated? What are you doing having conversations with him if he's terminated? We are readily cooperating with law enforcement as their investigation proceeds. But you definitely didn't start out like that. And I have a really, really good feeling they're going to try to hide a lot of stuff from the investigators, the agents investigating this, because Aaliyah, Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, SBI, State Bureau of Investigations, is who is conducting the investigation. I guarantee you they're going to try to keep things from them. But as I said earlier, I'm very familiar with SBI, and they know what they're doing, especially in these cases. They have entire teams, entire units dedicated to these kind of investigations. They work them full time, all the time. Some of them are members of ICAC task forces, all that stuff. They know what they're doing. Based on the information currently known to us, these incidents did not occur on church property or in connection with Ramp University. Who asked? You know what, Karen? Nobody cares where it occurred. We're not worried about that. We're worried about the victims and what happened. Why are you so publicly making this statement? And I'll bet you $10,000 some things happened on church property. Maybe not all, but I bet you everything, some, if not all, some absolutely had to occur on church property, some. And then how can you say, or in connection with Ramp University? From everything I've seen and been told so far, the victims were members of this ministry. We know Samuel was a leader of this ministry. So how in the hell could you say, or in connection with Ramp University? It 100% was definitely in connection with that. That's where they met. That's how they became victims. Yes, this is we are not taking any responsibility for what's happening. Analyzing that statement, just that one paragraph right there, that's what they are saying. They are blatantly saying we are not accepting any responsibility for this whatsoever. Is that the old bracelets everybody used to wear, which I love, the WWJD? What would Jesus do? Is that what Jesus would do? Would he be worrying about who was responsible at that point? No. He would be taking responsibility and saying, a good leader is going to stand up and say, this happened under my watch. And I feel horrible about it. And I will make sure that we do everything we can for nothing like this to ever happen in this organization again. But by this statement saying we're accepting no responsibility, that means we're not changing anything. I don't know what are you saying, Sheba? If my name was Karen, I would not say my name was Karen. Oh, are you saying it's because their name's Karen? I see. I think I know what you're saying now. That makes sense. But yeah, that's exactly what they're saying there. We're not taking any responsibility for this. This was not our fault at all. Therefore, we have no changes that need to be made. Hey, Haley, how are you? Karen knew about this way before this came out publicly. Oh yeah, no doubt about that. No doubt about that. Uh, that one small paragraph tells you everything. Like I said earlier, if I didn't know anything about her, anything about the reputation of the place, nothing. If I knew nothing else and I just read this statement, I would be very pissed off from that very short, small paragraph right there. Because again, that would tell me everything I needed to know about her. Where do we see this? In every narcissist that we discuss, every leader that's cares nothing but for themselves. Everything's about them. They've never made a mistake. They're perfect. Who does this sound like? Almost everybody we talk about on here. Walker County, Alabama Sheriff Nick Smith. And that's the main one that comes to my mind. But literally, because I'm always talking about patterns. All of these people have the same pattern. They're all just alike. And this is showing you who she is. As Samuel is someone we platformed to speak and lead. So there, She is saying he is a leader, but look where she put it. This is a statement analysis course right here. Look where she put it. Did she put it up at the top? No. Did she put it all the way at the bottom? No. Right in the middle. In a one sentence paragraph that most people are just going to kind of probably not even read, but just glance over. And then let's put these into priorities or importance. As Samuel is someone we platformed if you put these in importance, one being the most important, two being the next most important, three being the least important. When someone is being truthful, when they're not trying to deceive, when they're being honest and genuine, it's human nature. You're going to list those in importance when you write them down or when you're talking about them. So out of these two things, which is the most important? Speaking or leading? I don't think anybody would disagree. Leading. That's the most important. Is that listed first? No. Again, this is so textbook. It's crazy. It's not at the top. It's not at the bottom. It's literally exactly in the middle of the entire statement. And the word lead is exactly in the middle of the statement. Like it horizontally. Just trying to throw it in there where it doesn't stand out at all. And that's the place where whatever you put there is not going to stand out at all. As Samuel is someone we platformed to speak and lead. Our community is devastated by these revelations. Again, talking about patterns and importance and where those important things fall in line. This is telling you what's the most important to them, to Karen. We've got, based on the information currently known to us, these incidents did not occur on church property or in connection with Ramp University. That is more important to her than our deepest concern. Bullshit is your deepest concern. It's over halfway down the statement, and it falls under your priorities of, based on the information known to us, these incidents did not occur on church property or in connection with Ramp University. And then you're going to say, our deepest concern is for the victims and their families. No, if that was your deepest concern, that would be listed up at the top. Our deepest concern is for the victims and their families. As a ministry, we are committed to supporting their ongoing healing in any way possible. And we are working with them to pursue this. I hope the victims are nowhere around you all. I hope and pray that. So I'd be curious to know how you're working with them to pursue this. And then it goes to the victims. We want to say clearly, we believe you. We grieve with you. And we stand with you. No, you don't. She doesn't do any of those things. Because as Haley said a while ago, she knew about this long before this came out publicly. And before, was she or any of her followers saying, we believe the victims? No, they were on. I'm not saying her, but we went through comments and posts Friday night that were made a year ago, 2 years ago, calling the victims liars. They're going to hell. They moved away from Christ, and they're taking it out on the ramp. Now you have the gall to say, we believe you. You may have believed them and probably did. But you damn sure didn't grieve with them and stand with them. You called them liars and demons, pretty much. And then also, if you're currently working with them, helping them, why do you need to say it in a statement? Why do you need to make a statement directly to the victims in this public statement if you're meeting with them, if you're working with them? You wouldn't. This is for show number one. Out of respect for those affected, the fuck does that mean? Excuse my language, but what in the F does that mean? For those affected? Could you downplay this any more than using that word? Out of respect for those affected and the seriousness of this situation, we have made the decision to cancel this week's scheduled events, including college days and spring ramp. In their place, we are holding spaces for mourning, prayer, and reflection. Out of respect for those affected. Literally could not downplay it any more than that. And then throwing in a quote from Scripture, which pisses me off so bad. The Lord is near to the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. We are committed to hold our team members to the highest standards and are unwavering in our commitment to protect minors and ensure a safe environment for those entrusted to our care. The safety and well-being of those in our community, especially minors, remains our chief priority. No, it does not, and you've proved that time and time again. We do not tolerate abuse of any kind. We're not talking about any kind of abuse here, Karen. Again, downplaying it. We do not tolerate abuse of any kind. We're not talking about any kind of abuse. We're talking about abuse of a minor, of a child, by one of your leaders. And she's trying to put this in the category of just average abuse. One of the most, in my opinion, one of the worst crimes you could ever commit. We do not tolerate abuse of any kind and are committed to transparency, accountability, and care for those affected. Again, affected. You're committed to accountability, except to yourself, which you already proved earlier in the statement. You're not taking any responsibility for this. At this time, the victims So we've gone through, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've gone through 10 paragraphs. And it's the first time she actually calls them victims. Why did it change? Why has it been individuals through the whole thing? Well, individuals and then those affected. To finally, we're calling them what they are. They're victims. They're true victims. All the way at the end of the statement. At this time, the victims have requested to remain anonymous. First off, it doesn't matter if they requested to remain anonymous. You have to keep them anonymous. You don't have that choice. We kindly ask our community to respect their privacy and honor their request not to be publicly identified. I agree with that sentence in the statement. But one thing in statement analysis, one of the big things that you're taught to look for are changing pronouns throughout a statement or changing nouns. If you're being sincere, if you're being honest, the pronouns, nouns that you're referring to someone will not change throughout your entire statement. We have 3 different nouns that she has called these victims in this one statement. Again, individual, affected, and then victims. Changing pronouns or nouns are a huge red flag in the statement. Huge red flags. I wish I hadn't even pulled that up and read it again. It just pisses me off all over again so bad. How inconsiderate this statement is a direct slap in the face to the victim. Absolutely. No, you're absolutely correct. And I mean, just downplaying it. We do not tolerate abuse of any kind. We're not talking about any kind of abuse. And trying to group this crime into the average abuse, any abuse, is very disrespectful and inconsiderate to the victims. Hey, good night, Nancy. Thank you for coming on. Haley said, I knew about Samuel. Where did it go? I knew about Samuel a year ago, and I've never been to the ramp. How would I know he was doing this to kids, but Karen didn't? I'm just a random person. No, you're exactly right. I mean, I can, again, Friday night, we pulled up quite a few comments and posts talking about the things that's going on at the ramp. You're telling me she didn't know about any of those allegations? Yes, she did. The question is, why does she believe this person all of a sudden enough to release a statement? It's not that at all. It has nothing to do with if she believes them and didn't believe them before and believes them now. It's something happened, and I don't know what that was, and hopefully we'll find out at some point. We may not ever. Something happened to where this was going to come out no matter what, and I'm guessing it was the police were notified, and she found out, and so she tried to get ahead of it. That's exactly what happened. Whatever happened, she knew it was about to come out no matter what, and she was trying to get ahead of it. Trying to make them look like the savior here. She sees it starting to crumble around her, and she's trying to save face. Oh, I guarantee you she knew about the stuff. And I would compare it to, like we've talked about before, and it normally happens, and I'm not picking on Christian families. I'm a Christian family, but it normally happens in Christian families where a child, something is done to them by either a family member or close friend, because that's usually who does it, and they go and tell mom or dad or both, and then mom and dad go, well, you know what, we're going to keep this between us because we don't want to embarrass the family. You know, people will be talking about you all the time and us, and I guarantee you Karen has had that conversation with some of his victims. I guarantee you she has. And I hope they speak out. I'm telling you she has. I've seen this before, but it's the exact same thing. Something I still can't believe happens. But unfortunately, it happens a lot. I mean, I've heard personal statements from so many victims of this that's told me the same thing. Well, when I was young, when it did happen, I went and I told my mom or my dad or my grandma or grandpa, and they just said, "No, we're not. No, we don't want to embarrass the family, and people will be making fun of you, and let's just keep this between us." I cannot believe a parent does that, but they do. But again, I guarantee you, she did the same thing to some of these victims, at least one, if not multiple. When people find out who one of the victims are, she will be crucified. Are you talking about Karen will be, or are you talking about the victim will be? Oh, okay. Well, that's encouraging for sure. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but I'm sure you know what I'm saying, because that's what I want to happen. I want everyone that she has brainwashed for all of these years, I want every one of their eyes to be open and to see her for who she really is, because she has got a lot of people completely fooled. It will definitely be over for anything to do with the ramp. Wow. It has piqued my curiosity for sure. And are you talking about one of the victims that has one of these two that they're talking about, one of the victims that has come forward, or are you talking about one that has not? Because, and the reason I'm asking that, if you're talking about one of the ones that has, then that would explain why she's had to get ahead of it and knew she was going to have to speak out about it and bring it up. The two that are Samuel's victims. Well, I promise you, there's a lot more than two of his victims. And unfortunately, like we said earlier, some of them may never come out and speak out. And again, I understand that. Uh, I'm not faulting them for that at all. Um, Hopefully, more do speak out, but I would bet everything I have ever owned there are a lot more than two victims. And there's really no telling how many victims there are. That's the, I mean, the whole thing is just sad. It's just, obviously, that stuff should never happen to any child, and it's horrible no matter where it happens. So don't get me wrong. But for it to happen in a church where a child is going to feel the most safe, if a child can't feel safe in church, you think they're ever going to be able to feel safe anywhere? Probably not. I cannot imagine what that does to them mentally when something like that happens in a place that should be the safest place they are. I have so much to say on this topic, it would just be more than I could say, and that is allowed. As an employee and a patient of a surgeon, I was essayed at. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry to hear this. That's horrible. Jesus. I did report to admin first. Once I did, there were so many nurses from all 4 hospitals in my area that came forward. You you are so, I mean, you have so much courage and you are so strong for doing that, and I hope you understand how strong you are by coming forward to that, and then therefore him not being able to do it to people anymore. And obviously you started something and brought out all these other victims that would have probably never spoken out if you hadn't have. You are an incredible person, and I mean that. Aren't pastors supposed to be mandated reporters like teachers? Yeah, any employee of a church is, yes. He did lose his license, and admin stood with us. That was most important. Yeah, absolutely, and I'm so glad that you had an admin that stood with you as well. But again, I hope you understand how incredible you are for doing that. You never know. It was the hardest thing ever, but my goodness, the nurses that came forward. Oh, again, and I can't imagine. I'm not going to pretend that I could even imagine how hard that would be. And again, like I say, I'll never fault a victim for not coming forward. I will always encourage them to come forward, but I will never fault them for not, because I understand why they would be scared to and why they wouldn't. And again, I think that's their choice, and I don't think they should be pressured into it either. I think they, again, should be encouraged to, but if they just say no, I'm not, then I think it's their choice. Very well said. Uh, Northam, Lisa, is it Lisa? Very well said, Lisa. Absolutely. Lisa said, uh, talking about life's journey, you are a hero. Your actions saved any future victims that would have been. Very well said. But yeah, definitely a hero. Oh, Sheba. Life's a Journey is their name on TikTok. But I am I'm very sorry you had to deal with that, and for all the other victims that do, because again, there's so many. I I think the normal average citizen in society has no clue how many victims there are that this happens to. I think if they did, there would be a lot more. This would be part of every single discussion on the news every day. That's how prevalent this is. I mean, just you could even take out the adults that it happens to, which is just as bad. That's horrible. Don't get me wrong. I'm not downplaying that at all. But if you just looked at the children that it happens to, if the average citizen had any clue how many child victims there are of predators in this country, they would lose their mind. Oh, and Sheba on YouTube said, "Life's a journey, such a great name for the people you are fighting for. I will keep you and the others in my prayers." It's very, very nice of you to say, Sheba. But yeah, as I've said, there's unfortunately there's no telling how many victims just he has. We're seeing huge patterns, very clear patterns within that organization, and I'm not calling them a ministry or church anymore. That's not what they are. But with the patterns we're seeing in this organization and all the people that are in some way connected to this organization and also done these crimes, you're also not going to make me believe he's the only one left there that's doing this. There's no way, and I hate to say that, but that's just the truth. And I hope through this investigation that they all are called out. Why is he not arrested, though? There's a lot of reasons why he wouldn't be arrested yet. And so I don't have a clue, but there are 1,000 different reasons that he wouldn't be yet. The main priority for someone accused of this, or the main priority for law enforcement, is to know they're not able to do it right now. And as long as they know that, then they will carry their investigation out and work a very thorough investigation to get everything they possibly can so they can have the best case, if that makes sense. Life's a Journey said, "Thanks for all the kind words. Just wanted to preference how hospital admin handled my situation." Yeah, and again, that's awesome. I mean, obviously, you would expect any administration, especially hospital administration, to handle it like that. But unfortunately, that's not always the case. But I'm glad it was in yours for sure. And if you work somewhere and you don't feel very confident that if something like that happened, that the administration would have your back, you really need to do everything you can to find another place to work. Even if he admitted it, that I'm telling one part, and again, there's a lot we don't know as far as the investigation. We don't know what step they're in. We don't know. So there's a lot of unknowns. The way her statement reads, Well, and we know. And was it this time, or how many conversations has she had with Samuel about these things? Because we know this is not the first time it's been brought up. But the fact here's what worries me, that she heard all the details and then went and spoke with Samuel and told him everything that the victim said, and that puts law enforcement at a disadvantage immediately. Again, that's why it's so important that you should never confront them. Let law enforcement do that. And so that may, and again, I'm not saying that's why he's not arrested yet. Please don't misunderstand me. It is a possibility that they're trying to now get more evidence and better evidence. Before they do. But again, I don't know. Anything I say on that right now is just pure speculation, because I don't know exactly where they are and what they're doing, right now. But again, there are definitely there are reasons, good reasons, that he's not arrested yet, if that makes any sense. There's also there's also the possibility that he was arrested, immediately bonded out, and kept off the jail roster. That's possible, but um, here, let's make sure, because I can check. I can see if he's been arrested for it. I don't think that's happened, but just to verify. Let me let me check and make sure I've got his full name first. So TikTok is trying to kick me off. Gifting suspended for 10 minutes. This behavior is not in line with our policies. Gifting is suspended for 10 minutes in this live. Reason? Limited interaction. What do you mean limited interaction? TikTok. Anyway, let's carry on. And while I'm looking this up, if you haven't yet, please follow or subscribe, whatever platform you're on. I'd really appreciate that. And then also make sure you subscribe if you're not a subscriber on YouTube. Make sure you do that, and you can find me on there as Agent D Baker. And that's one of the places you'll find my full podcast. I do a full podcast, and you can find that on YouTube, Rumble, Apple Podcasts, and Spotify. And again, on all of those, it's Agent D Baker. Let's see, Samuel Bentley. Oh, this is not right. Never mind. What are we doing? There we go. So I'm guessing his name is possibly John Samuel Bentley. Yeah. Oh, and I found that through one of my other new sponsors that I haven't really talked about at all, but Spyfly. You see right there under my picture. Yeah, all right. So John Samuel Bentley. Yeah, using Spyfly, I can pretty much tell you everything about him. His current address, all his past addresses, his phone number, his email addresses, all his social media accounts, most of his family members, with just a few clicks. Birthday, which apparently is 44 years old. Nope. No arrest. Not in the state of Alabama, anyway. Oh, he was spoiled as a child. Well, and also the first. Oh, thank you, Sheba. I know I got the one that you asked. Um, but the one thing I always think about, when we find out somebody's doing this, is did it happen to them as a child? Because a lot of times it did. Not all the time. Because I mean, not every child that's abused as a child grows up and becomes a predator by any means. And so also every single predator wasn't abused as a child, but a large percentage of predators were abused as a child as well. And so, you wonder if something happened to him as a child, or which then makes you look into his family, his parents, and all that stuff. And I'm not alleging anything like that. I'm just saying that's one thing that always comes into my mind. Oh, that's right. Y'all, his dad was a judge. That's right. I remember. Yeah, that's right. Is Samuel an only child? I'm not sure. Let me see if I can see. There's somebody on here knows. I'm sure that went to school with him. Let me see what comes up. His wife's name is Lauren. So he used to live. So at one point he lived in Cleveland, Tennessee. I'm seeing that too. Wow, which is where the what's his name out of the other creepy guy, Perry. Where his church is. And so he has a sister. Yeah, Perry Stone. Thank you. Oh, I got to go. I've been going for over 4 hours. That's why I can't talk anymore. Losing my voice. I appreciate each and every one of you. I really do. I've enjoyed tonight. It's been a really good discussion, and I think it's really good to bring as much awareness to this as possible. We need everyone knowing because we need this to make national news. This woman and all the predators under her need to be stopped before there are any other victims, and everybody associated with them. Because again, we're finding out their tree branches out quite a bit with their associations, and it's very concerning. And again, we see a lot of patterns, and like I said earlier, I'm putting together a full podcast that'll be out by the end of this week, more than likely, on this, where I'll be going into more detail. We're going to try and get some people that were members or some of the previous employees. We're going to try to get some of them on the podcast as a guest. I think that'll be really good and very interesting to hear from some of those people. We've already spoken to a few that we're trying to get on, so hopefully that happens. And if you or anyone you know was associated with it and know the inner workings or know any, if you were a member there for a long time and you know how things went, whatever the case is, please message me. And if you're interested in being on the guest on my podcast, message me and we'll speak with you. And because again, I'd like to have as many as possible. It's the best way to learn and to truly investigate is talking to people that were on the inside. And but anyway, if you're interested in that, please message me. And you can either message me on any of the platforms or you can email us at agentdbaker315@gmail.com. That's agentdbaker315@gmail.com. Prefer email because we will immediately see that. I get so many messages on the platforms. Sometimes I miss some. I try to get to all of them, but sometimes I do. But either way, let us know, and we'll go from there. But again, I appreciate all of you. I truly do. Couldn't do any of this without all of you. And I definitely couldn't do any of this without my team. My team is amazing. I know they're behind the scenes, but they keep all of this running. I could not do any of this at this point without them. They're amazing. They work their tails off. They do all the research, amongst other things, but they're just amazing. And I hope they know how much I appreciate them. Again, I'll have my links to all my new sponsors in my bios, hopefully by the end of tomorrow. So make sure you check those out. Again, I'm not going to have any sponsors that I don't truly fully believe in and use myself, whether it's a product or whatever. That's the reason I hadn't really had any till now, because I've been vetting them. I want to use their products. I'm not just going to throw stuff out there to get a few dollars from a company. It's just not the way I want to be. But make sure to check all those out. And again, we will have our Patreon account up and running very soon. I've been sidetracked with building a back deck at my house, and so it's put some things off in the last few days. But I had to do that. If you wasn't on here Friday night, I've been promising ever since we moved into this house, which is over 2 years ago, that I was going to build us a new back deck in our backyard, and I've been promising my wife. And anyway, Wednesday evening, she stepped on one of the broken steps, and it caused her to fall, and she hurt her arm pretty bad, and I felt horrible, obviously. And so Thursday morning, first thing, I started and ripped the old one completely down and been putting together a new one. If you can see you probably see my tan lines from where wearing my gloves, where it stops on my arms. So I got like 3 or 4 different tan lines here. But anyway, we'll get all that going, and I'm very excited about that. The podcast I was on as a guest for Chris Hansen is hopefully coming out this Wednesday. It was supposed to be a couple weeks ago, but something fell through. But I just spoke with him and his team a few days ago, and they said it will be out this Wednesday. So when that comes out, make sure you check that out. I'm very excited about that. Again, that's going to help us grow a lot, I think. Plus, he is an amazing individual. He's an amazing person, and literally one of the greatest investigative journalists ever. And we have some plans to do some other more things together, and I'm looking forward to that. And I have so much respect for him, for all the work he has done fighting child predators. He has, through his workings, have put a lot of child predators in prison over the last 20 years. If you're not aware, he has his own TV network now. It's called True Blue, and it's TRUBLU. You can find it on your smart TV, Roku, Fire Stick, whatever you use. Download the app True Blue, and that's his network. And there's some awesome shows on there. And he still does what used to be called Catch a Predator. Now it's called Take a Seat with Chris Hansen. Or no, I'm sorry, that's the podcast name. But he has that show where they're still going out and doing these stings. Just had a new season drop. And then also he's putting out a full documentary on Roblox, which is the children's game, where we have now learned is literally a hunting ground for child predators, and a lot of issues with that. If you've not been following me, we've been talking a lot about that. But he also just put out a really cool, very interesting documentary on that. Make sure you check that out. And again, you can find that on his network on True Blue. And if you are a parent, you need to watch that. It's not easy to watch. There's a lot of things in there that's probably going to trigger some of you, but you need to watch it if you're a parent. It is very eye-opening. You need to understand what is out there and what these people are doing and how they are targeting your children online. I hope I didn't just lose everybody. But anyway, make sure you check that out. The first episode has been dropped on that. It's about an hour long. But again, if you're a parent or you know any parents, whether it's your family or any of your friends that have children, tell them to watch that. I can't even tell you how eye-opening it is, but it will definitely open your eyes to fully understand the dangers of the internet and especially Roblox. it's horrible what is happening and how many victims from that. And we're going to be talking a lot more about that stuff. I've really, especially since I've been doing some work with him, I'm really getting pretty passionate about bringing awareness to these child predators. There needs to be a lot more people talking about it. And again, as I said earlier, most average citizens have no idea how much it happens. They don't realize it. All right, let me catch up on the comments, and then I'm going to head out. Hey, thank you, Rosemary. I really appreciate that. Good night, blessed. Yeah, thank you, Isha. We're gonna look into him and check that out. What's it called? If you're talking about the documentary, it's called Dangerous Games. Dangerous Games. And again, you can find that on the True Blue Network. And Sheba, if you're still on here, again, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. All right. On that note, I will see y'all back Wednesday night, 8 p.m. Central Time, and we'll have a lot more to discuss then. And yeah, everybody stay safe until then. If there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to message me. It may take me a little bit to get to your message, but at some point I will. And if I can help you, I will. If I can't, I'll tell you I can't. If you have any information about any cases, whether it be some I'm already covering or something you'd like to see me cover, shoot me a message on that. If you send me a message that just says call me and you give me a phone number, I'm not going to call you. And I say this all the time, and I continue to get those. You're going to have to give me a little substance, a little context of why you want me to call you, and what we're going to talk about. I simply don't have enough time in the day to call everybody that sends me that message. So just give me some context with it. I got like 3 more today. But anyway, y'all have a great rest of your, now Tuesday. And I will see y'all back Wednesday night. Welcome to Truth Recon. I'm Agent D. Baker, former narcotics detective, SWAT team member, and U.S. Navy combat veteran. With years of real-world experience in high-stakes environments, I've seen firsthand the dangers that lurk both in our communities and increasingly online. Now, before this show begins, understand this. What you are about to hear may be disturbing to some audiences. This podcast contains explicit language, dark themes,